Paramashivam Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Nityananda Paramashivam 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 Om Nityananda Om Nityananda
inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment sign. We need to cater this enlightenment signs to the whole world wherever they are. Take that to all human beings. I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
Now let us enter into this next segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti. So the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti describes the Divine Mother is to be studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. This is the Dhyana Shloka from the Lalita Astas. It continues on. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion and is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as a Nijavadara of the Supreme in future, delivering profound spiritual truth and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, describing herself, raising as Omkara, Amini, who is the Kailasa's Dipura Chintamani, Parashorasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nityananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranya Garva Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. Raising in Devi Parashakti continues on. Raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence from the oneness of Om, blossoming as two into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the world, bringing to life, to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda. I came to bless every one of you. Can we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. This coin is considered the traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. Is over. Do the namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment, that really she is there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So this is how you can set up your tambulam with 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. You can put it on a plate and offer it to Devi Parashakti, keep it in front of the screen and offer it to her whenever you have the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. So now, let us enter into the next segment, where we will be understanding some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti. Devi graced us and manifested through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just to bless and guide us during guidances, revelations given by Devi Parashakti, and how we can use them in our lives, how we can use them to guide us and protect us during this time, during this pralaya. So let's first understand the compassion of the avatar. And the Guru Padaka Stotra, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And the verse translates, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of and feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of suffering that surrounds us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. At this time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic superconscious, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boast that Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each and every one of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity, as of humanity, in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues which have not yet surfaced to common knowledge. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until this storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So now let us enter into the segment and understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed. Let us look at what Devi has revealed as the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19.
Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று. சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாய் வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3. நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4. நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5. சிவ எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7. ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8. கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீரும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Let us look at the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation. Oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection of corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day. Doing the Ajapa Ajapa of the cosmic sound Shiva Shiva Shiva, with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as aham aham in the state of Ananda Spurana. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have the effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life. Even if you do one of these 8 ways, I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. So now let us look at each of these methods, this revelation that Devi has made to protect humanity. The first method that Devi revealed is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. And science has controlling anxiety, promoting emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening the attention span, and it may also reduce age-related memory loss, easily accessible anywhere. And a study published by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services found that meditation has a direct impact on our physical as well as our mental health. And another study by Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis such as COVID-19. By Everyday Health by providing social support, by lifting the spirits, by helping you cope with difficulties. And a September 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported, and people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illness who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015, Depression and Anxiety. So now let us listen to what this as a video explaining how the avatar himself has directly demonstrated the power of meditation on our brain.
Scientific researches to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state
willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process. He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. And we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that Swami showed. But this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya spiritual healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine, which conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
And now let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed as the power of puja, how puja is the best stress buster. Let us watch that video.
Is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stressing down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearn Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, everyday puja is everyday puja. The kind of the stress-free life you will live, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja. Relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What
living avatar is literally living Archavatara. Is a piece of God. Literally.
The next method, surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. And during the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends to us individually to our prayers and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media. Kailasa's SPH and YouTube channel. You just click the join button next to the name. And then once you've done that, you can go ahead and ask your questions during the live Parashakti Akashic readings in the comment section of the live video. You can follow that. Once you have done that, you can ask your questions during the live Parashakti Akashic reading. And again, the comment section of the video. On Twitter. And once you've done that, you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. Next, you can connect with Devi on Instagram. So you can follow Srinitya. And you can also lastly connect with Devi Parashakti through WhatsApp. You can visit kailasa.org and you will see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up. And you can ask your questions here in the chat. And all of these methods are a simple way for you to connect with Devi Parashakti. All you need to connect with Devi is just your sincere devotion and love to connect with her. Now let's watch a short clip of Devi Parashakti blessing people.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள்.
From Devi Parashakti herself. When you connect with her as a method to protect yourself from COVID-19. Devi reveals that wherever I am residing, worship me by doing the fire walking. Fire walking is an alchemy science. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed our rishis and munis have been adept and master in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe. It's highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because of that fire walking time. The small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem. It's actually, and especially it is done very it will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's a fire with the will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire, the 11 feet fire pit. And if you do for one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from and do this traditional fire walking. You are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effects vaccination is the Hindu fire walking. So now let us watch a short video on the science behind fire walking as revealed by the Supreme.
All these transmutation processes and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. Because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness, that is the reason we have the process of
short video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the fire walking in Tiruvannamalai. We can move to the next video. We can move to the next video. Yes, we can move to the next video. Let us now watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the fire walking in Tiruvannamalai.
இடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீயினிலே வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்த
now look at some of the science behind the firewalking as according to modern science. In this study that was conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, National Institute of Health, it was found that those who participated in firewalking had increased levels of happiness and lower levels of fatigue compared to those who did not participate in firewalking. The next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is to apply turmeric on your chest, drink neem juice, and meditate on Devi Parashakti every day.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to pouring. Pouring. Karumari's grace. Us, we know biology, whole biology things. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder, because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend neem paste and taking bath, applying Haritaki powder and taking bath, applying for women neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both, all genders. That is different. If you want specific, Haritaki and Basma for male body. Understand your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now this is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Blessings to
Now that we've understood the benefits of neem juice as revealed by let us look at what modern science has found as the last few decades. It has been shown to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are various immune cells, and can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. And this was found in this was published in the National Center for Biotechnology information in the US on the health. We can move to the next slide, please. In an article published for this purpose. And it was also reported that turmeric and neem are effective against coronavirus, according to AKG and study. And the next method to protect yourself from COVID-19 is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion to the heels and going to sleep. And this is how you can do it. You can just put the banana peel or onion on the heel, put a sock over it, and you can sleep like that. And this will detox your entire body and, of course, protect you from COVID-19. Medical Daily has published the benefits of onion, which it states that onions contain a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onion the recognizable smell, but also they are powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease with daily consumption. And it's very well known in Ayurveda for its medicinal uses, the primary purpose of onion. It's stated that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which include anti-carcinogenic properties, antiplatelet activity, antithrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects. And the next method to protect yourself from COVID-19 is being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can watch this video now on the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
like Dakshina Murti. In the lower level brand, the brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. May be measured by such instruments as we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two God. Since the gap or the neutral can form a shaft, but there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I think that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, in the forest of northern India, the hunt is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint, turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, indeed flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to the moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. And in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tickling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again, one day as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her origin a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Now that you've understood the science of unclutching, you can also spend a few moments in your day experiencing this science. So you can just sit with your head, neck, and spine, and the spirit of unclutching manifest in you, and chant the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramahiram. The next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is to do Ajaba Ajaba, the cosmic sound Shiva Shiva Shiva. And a study conducted by the U.S. Department, by the U.S. National Library of Medicine, has shown the benefits of chanting the Ajaba Ajaba to the vagus nerve stimulation, which is used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. And a study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes that human intentions, words, or thoughts can actually change the very molecular structural formation in water. This interesting research clearly depicts how when the water is being exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a very pleasant formation, whereas any negative sound or vibration can disfigure, distort, or disintegrate the water. Example of the structural formation of water when exposed to positive sound vibrations versus negative sound vibrations. We can see that in the next slide. We can go back to the previous slide. see when it is exposed to positive sound vibrations like passion, words like thank you, wisdom, and negative sound vibrations like heavy metal music or words like I will kill you, you fool, you snowflake like structure. Versus when negative sound vibrations are used, it becomes disintegrated. So you can imagine what happens inside of your body, which is composed of up. So as you partake in these last two methods, the unleft.tv/minutes for peace, and be a part of this initiative. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that if 10,000 people can do this for just 3 months, we can give such a powerful superconscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity. Because all of us are interconnected, we are not always. The bliss of you untouched, nothing goes to waste in the cosmos. This is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about this initiative. So you can sign up your minutes for peace at kailasa. Let us look at the last method Devi Parashakti has revealed. Being in these states beyond any remembrance or forgetting, the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as aham in the anonymous Purana. So constantly being you from COVID. Each of these methods are individually powerful enough to protect you from COVID and ensure that you are staying safe and meditate upon Devi Parashakti. In this next segment, we will be understanding some of the ways and methods that we can pray to Devi Parashakti. Meditate on Devi Parashakti, worship her divine majesty. We'll be entering into the offering segment now, where we will understand some of the various offerings that we can make today. And
Nityananda, and welcome back. Let us now see the various traditional offerings. In the Hindu tradition, the offerings to the divine are made as a pure gift of love, devotion, and oneness, and the offerings are a pure expression of the sacred sentiments of the devotee, space of love, devotion, and oneness. And when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. And now let us look at a Dhyana Shloka on Devi Parashakti as we remember her beauty and splendor and sacred offerings. So let's look at this verse from the Mula Agama Manonmani Dhyana. Angahimabhushana Vichitravasanam Syat Tungama Kutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. The translation for this verse, it says, moon-like face holding the Veda books on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing in blessing hands, and one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse from the Mulagama, Manonmani Dhyana, describes, ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयां च क्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजिताम् देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. The translation for this verse: I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. In addition, the divine element of gold is used in the worship of the divine all our scriptures. So let us look at this scriptural reference from the Atharva Veda, which describes the significance of this divine element of gold. This verse says, Tredajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapadata apamekam veda samveta ahutat the translation for this verse: triply born by birth is gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears it and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Agamas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihas is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. The horses and cows were dressed in gold. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. The temples are constructed and paved in gold, last forever. So now let us look at the various traditional offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti today on the website. Get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. You can make any of these traditional offerings as your expression of your sacred sentiments while you prepare to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. So the e-hundi offerings are similar to the hundi offerings in any traditional Hindu temple, where you can offer any amount of your choice, and you can make the offerings in multiple currencies through the e-hundi offering. And Devi is described as the one who is fond of true devotion. So let us look at this verse which describes Devi's love for true devotion. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadharadhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. The translation for this verse: Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. If there's any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove them of our lives when our thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role for the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Aradhya means the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada herself, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva, being a Purani who bestows happiness on devotees. And you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, your token of gratitude through the e-hundi offerings, and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and grace of the Parashakti being showered on you. Offering of the conscious resolution. And this verse from the Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34, describes Tayaitanmohyate Vishwam Shaiva Vishwam Prasuyate Saya Chitta Cha Vijanam Tushtarudhim Prayaschati. The translation for this verse: the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desire and wishes that he is yearning for. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasa. This is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with the sacred name of Devi Parashakti. One of her offerings can be made on the website also. And in the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the various repetition of her names. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the gold coin, pure gold coin inscribed with the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. This is a very special and unique offering of the gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, and receive the blessings of imbibing the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. And you can make this offering in any of 3 different denominations, and you can offer any number of coins as you would like to offer. This offering can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And this verse describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti adorned with pearls. It says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham shinjannu purakinkini manidharam padma prabhabhasuram sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. The translation of this verse: I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can make this offering of the Mukta Angut, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, to Devi Parashakti, as you be blessed and showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. So you can make this offering of the Mukta Anguti in 3 different sizes, and we can also register for this on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the Kanika Agama verse describes the significance of the gold lotus. It says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbha varana samyutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushitaha sapidhanas purachascha pakva bilva palaprabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvitaha. The translation of this verse: all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. For using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, involving the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower. The lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Vedic tradition. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, one who is about to bloom. And you can offer the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes as you wish, any and every adverse situations in life. So you can make the offering of the gold lotus, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, on the website www.kailasamila.com/sevas. The next of the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti is described in this verse. It says, Nakadhititi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation of this verse, you whose brightness from the toenails destroys, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And you can make this offering of the gold touring the Swarnameti to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti and be in constant gratitude for this offering on the website www.kailasamila.com/sevas. To Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. And Devi is described as Sudha Sharabhivarshini, she who makes nectar flow in all her nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate Sahasrara, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can offer the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the space of complete completion. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamila.com/sevas. The next traditional offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The Saundarya Lahari verse Shloka 83 states that the nails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna in this verse is the darkness, and it is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain the ultimate knowledge. Offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti, and the Nijavatar of Devi Parashakti, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasalidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. From disciple to guru, and you can make this on the website. W of Sevas is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth. And the offering of the sacred cloth, the Vastra Seva, is a traditional offering which blesses the devotee with the offering the Vastra Seva. The Yajaman is blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti. and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. So you can make the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the So here you can see the various offerings that can be made to Devi Parashakti on the website, the traditional offerings. The e-hundi can be offering can be made in any amount and in multiple currencies. The Sankalpa chanting is the offering of the conscious resolution which can be made on the website. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. The Mukta Anguti, the gold fingering embedded with pearl, which can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, which can also be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti, the gold clothing for the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry representing gratitude to Guru. And the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth. And all of these offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And here you can see the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And you can scroll down to make your offerings for Devi Parashakti. You can click on this link on step 2 as well for the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering today and be blessed to receive the blessings and grace of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality, you can fill in the form on step 1. And once you've made your traditional offerings, if you would like to make the conscious resolution for yourself and your family members, you can fill out the details of the Sankalpa on the form on step 3. So the dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, euros, Indian rupees, Singaporean dollars, Malaysian ringgits, Great Britain pound, and Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any of the any amount of your choice. And you can also make the offerings of the traditional ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on the website. You can make the offering of the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring with the gold hairline, the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring for Devi Parashakti, the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva, and any of the traditional offerings you can offer to Devi Parashakti on the website by clicking on the links on step 2. And the website is www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And now, with this, let us get ready to find out more about the various facilities being made available for the well-being of and the Kailasas all over the world for the well-being of humanity. And let us find out more about all of this from the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. So let us now get ready for the next segments and also get ready to prepare to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti.
Nityanandam. Welcome back to the segment of Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, which are de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Svandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Sadgurum Tam Namami. So, what will you learn from this segment today? What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's contributions for global peace? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's spiritual solution is Kailasa's contributions. Join Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying. The aftermaths of the world are facing disastrous. Now, let us see some of the statistics and current news. Australia reported new record number of coronavirus cases recently when the country continues to battle the third wave of the coronavirus. The World Health Organization makes a big statement about Delta variant of COVID-19. That the World Health Organization recently said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all which are being sequenced. Less than 1% of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It's really predominantly Delta around the world, said the World Health Organization technical lead on COVID-19, Maria Van Kerkhove. COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic did. The coronavirus pandemic has now killed more Americans than the 1918 Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did, Axios and other Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. Pandemic as death toll crosses that of 1918 to 19 influenza flu did. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain, says a study. The University of Maryland researchers suggested spread vaccination to help stop spread of the virus. 6 feet distance may not be enough, about 6.5 feet may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors, according to a study. COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, says the World Health Organization's expert. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the World Health Organization said recently. COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with ACK of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the United States, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be 1,000 before you start feeling comfortable. According to a report on COVID-19 made the World Economic Forum report, COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. You can see from this graph that COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities in January 2020 to April 2021. You can see a sudden spike in the April. The violent incidents related to the pandemic peaks in April 2020. Younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, what it was January to June 2019 was 11%, and now it rose up to 41.1% in just 1 month in January 2021. Nearly 8 in 10 stress in America, a national health crisis. 8 in 10, that's about 78% say the coronavirus pandemic is a big stress over the course of the pandemic. The COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the health workers who have treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. Self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 1%, and the anxiety was 29%, and now it rose up to 72%. During with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. And 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The globe into recession, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of the countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. In Mumbai, coming back to India, the city mayor said the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in case. An announcement regarding the matter had already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. The mandals have been asked to allow only 10 people and have them work in shifts. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant, and maximum hospitals in Delhi NCR found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new coronavirus strain known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, had been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. Now that we have seen the statistics across the world, the grim reality of the pandemic, not only it is affecting the health. So how do we cope up with current COVID-19 pandemic? So it is important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of corona continuous lockdown is resulting in this phase of Delusional decisions like, so what? If I die, it's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out and then exposing oneself and putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and inauthenticity is the delusional arrogance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Shiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. To join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers at the https://kailasa.org/kailasa care is possible if we start now. Making peace with the nature is possible. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year environmental, societal, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economic and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip, Making Peace with the Nature. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflict around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of the nationality, ethnicity, and faith. A new social contract between people, governments, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. To the global peace and the mental health and physical health, and many other issues that the world is facing today. International peace and security. Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Ivanu Pushyati Sarvabhuteshu Chatmanam Tadona Vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole enough like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. The individual bliss is the source for the global peace in the level of scopic level. Whatever level it may be, global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Self-transformation, secret to achieve global peace. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply try to do. You would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. The world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture, some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war, there is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. Truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past. Again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. Never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. And I tell you, enlightenment is only service. As of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity.
In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. What to say? Games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is not going. So no revolution is going to help. Only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society. I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global. Social answer means.
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Space of Shanti. The space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep peace or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power peace in our campus, understand? But so remember this very clearly. Peace, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. With more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching complete, it makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything, all the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Listen carefully.
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that every prayer in Hinduism starts with the peace and ends with peace.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, Hinduism lasts all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10 to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this 110 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Peace-living religion. I give you all my blessings. It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace
Now, let us see the Kailasa's mission. And Nityananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivam program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7, helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope up with emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation, initiating thousands in providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the Ayurvedic solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truth and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long run, establishing self-sufficient communities, continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai and Los Angeles, paving way to the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hindu negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, the cosmic revelations. Society was created with delusional ideas of too many human beings' blind spots and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots when he develops a vision for it, the whole civilization suffers these blind spots forever. Now it is time that these pralaya, which is happening, is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know it, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed with spiritual fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and nirahara samyama. The people from 50 countries continue 13th May, and at any given point of time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. Join this movement at http://kailasa life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions are rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on the living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential, provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which is aimed in 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program. Participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of the community practiced the meditation, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total number comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. Through the Annalaya, under the Red Dome project, the de facto spiritual embassies in organic, sattvic, vegetarian may so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa COVID care centers in India, where possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants. The COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. And now you can see some of the glimpses where the participants of the COVID care program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, doing puja, temple seva, kara seva, and celebrating festivals. Join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and save your life. If you are in India, especially join these COVID care centers and protect your life. So when the first world countries closed their borders, so various centers across India, and when Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID Kailasa, also various spiritual services offered, cosmic revelations, and the free social services offered during the pandemic are medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center.org/Kailasa Care. With this, we're going to move on to the next part of our segment and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. And continue to sit with a deep space of gratitude to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
मधुरापुरी मीनाक्षी समयपुर इंद्राक्षी कांची कामाक्षी काशी विशालाक्षी कैलास ज्ञानाक्षी शिवशङ्करि शापविमोचनि शोकविनाशिनि शास्त्रत्ते शिवसहिते शिवशम्भु शुभङ्करि शुम्भरि शुम्भपदास्तत्ते सकलमनोनित्यसुभङ्करि नित्यनितेश्वरि पालयता करुणकटाक्षिणि सूक्ष्मविवेक्षणि काङ्क्षितसाक्षिणि सर्वकृते शुभजन शाश्वतमानसभावित कामित याचित पूर्णकृते सुकर सुखीकृत दुष्कर नाशकृते जननिन्दिततोदकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्यसुभङ्करि नित्यनितेश्वरि पालयता शुभवरदे विभवे विमले कमले कमलाम्बुजपादयुते करकमले करुणानिलये कमलाक्षयुते करशूलधृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्यसुमङ्गलि नित्यनितेश्वरि पालयता सहित स्मरणस्तर सुष्वरनाद च मे हृदये शिव शिव शब्दनिनाद मृदङ्गश्रुते कुरु नृत्य ममाधिपते शिव नटराज समेत हिताण्डवलास्य कृते शिव हर्ष कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालयता बहु अवतार कृते जनपालित शासित भूमि पवित्र कृते युग शम्भविते सकल नित्यानन्द रूप शरीर कृते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्यनुते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्यनुते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्यनुतेश्वरि
ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்த அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
Nitaka Junu Nataraja Talang Takadi
Om Nityanandeshwari
Paramashakti madhyamam asmadacharya paryantam vande I welcome you all. De facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Sarvagnya Pita Manifestors, Sarva Parityagis, Shrimahans, participants, Kailasa's e-Gurukul students, Kailasa's NHU students, Kailasa's ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals and supporters, and Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you, everyone sitting with us all over the world, and all those watching live on Kailasa TV, Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, Kailasa's HN TV, and other Facebook, Twitter, and every other social media platform. I welcome all of you with my love. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Vijayadasami day. My blessings to all of you, the whole universe. Auspicious Vijayadasami day, I'll reveal the cosmic signs of Shaktis. You will receive not only knowledge but experience, so you can start living it, manifesting it. It's Vijayadasami day. All the blessings to all of you from every corner of the world and from all lokas of the universe of Paramashiva, Nijavatara, today successfully on this incarnation. Now, listen to the cosmic signs, cosmic revelations, ultimate sacred secrets related to the Shaktis. Understand? To understand using the human mind, modern day science is able to understand one, gravitation, the power of gravity, gravitation power. Second, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. Questions to all of you, so you can understand these powers and forces in the higher level from the higher dimensions. Understand? Whatever is microcosm is happening in microcosm. If you understand the laws of gravity, all the laws related to gravity, all the understandings human mind reach about gravity, you can easily understand the greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Listen. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm you have about gravity on your greed, and all the understandings you have about the principle of greed on the principle of gravity, you will have powerful insights about your life. Gravitating is nothing but greed for more. Greed for more. Listen carefully. The greed for more happening in the macrocosm is gravity. The gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Study all the principles related to gravitation in every level, whether Newton's initial level theories or Einstein's quantum level theories or the modern day recent parallel universe, parallel life understandings and revelations. Study all of it. Map all of it to your greed. Becomes active or passive, aggressive or regressive. How it exists, how it manifests, how it manipulates, how it becomes, how you attract, you gravitate, what you empowered with the knowledge, science, power of manifesting what you want. If you understand gravity and map it to the principle of greed. Listen. Listen intensely. Listen deeply. I sincerely recommend clarity with this context. How the gravity happening in the macrocosm and the greed happening in the microcosm, deep sacred secrets, powerful revelations about greed. If you know the inner nuances, how to gravitate what you want in your life, and why you are gravitating even things which you don't want in your life, you will understand your life clearly, deeply, and you will also gravitate what you want, and you will stop gravitating what you don't want. For that, understanding awesome, able to map it to your microcosm. Listen. I am gravity happening in the macrocosm and greed happening in the microcosm both function on the same principles, on the same cosmic law, on the same truth. Listen intensely. Today's satsang is a very powerful message about the science of Shaktis. Listen to it at least 5 times. Only then you will be able to grasp the whole thing. Only then you will be able to enjoy the whole thing. Only then you will be able to internalize the whole thing. Only then you will be able to manifest it as an experience. So now, listen. The first understanding about gravity and greed. As I said, greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. That's the first principle. First understanding. The second force is electromagnetic force. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic. Macrocosmic level is fear. Understand? All the principles human mind knows about the fear. All the electromagnetic force, apply them to the fear you experience in your microcosm about fear. You will just conquer fear and you will know how to use fear in your life. Listen. All the understands, you will have more understanding. You may even land in new understandings, revelations, inventions, discoveries related to electromagnetic force. You may discover new laws, principles, reach new level of understanding about the electromagnetic force. If you reveal, if you map all your internal understandings about fear, understandings, revelations, principles about electromagnetic force on fear, you will have more understanding about fear. And all the understandings you have about fear, if you map it on electromagnetic force, you will have more understanding about electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic, the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Electromagnetic force happening in microcosm inside your system is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos. Gravity, gravitating, happening in microcosm is greed. Greed happening. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is cosmic level is fear. Listen. Just these two principles, any of you start analyzing, mapping, organizing. Eastern science, Upanishads, revealed about gravity and electromagnetic force. Many things will complement each other. Many of the understandings about the electromagnetic force and gravitation force by the modern science, by the Upanishads and Agamas, the Hindu scriptures, you will land on many revelations, discoveries, understandings, powers in the inner world and in the outer world, in microcosm and in the macrocosm. Fundamental discoveries. This Chaturmasya, whole, whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me in this intense samadhi, I am revealing it to all of you now. Gravity in microcosm is greed. Greed in macrocosm is gravity. Electromagnetic force. Third force, human mind decoded, is weak nuclear force. Listen, weak nuclear force. Powerful in microcosm is the weak nuclear force. In microcosm, the powerful cognitions you experience to weak nuclear force. In the cosmos, macrocosmic level, when powerful cognitions are revealed by cosmos to cosmos, when it manifests powerful cognitions, that is the weak nuclear force, is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognition has principles related to weak nuclear force. Take them and map to your powerful cognitions. When you manifest understanding and revelations, whenever you get the powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Absorb that, absorb and observe, map that into the macrocosmos, the macrocosmic principle. Listen. whenever you get a powerful cognition, a powerful inspiration, like unclutching, understanding about unclutching is the powerful cognition. What happens to you in the microcosmic level? It is actually equivalent to the weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Whatever happens to you, whenever you get the powerful cognitions inside you, map that understandings to the weak nuclear force, you will have more revelations, inventions, discoveries about the weak nuclear force. And whatever you know to your powerful cognitions, you will have so much revelations inside, and you will be able to manifest so many powers inside. The greed in you is equivalent to gravity in the universe. The fear in you is equivalent to electromagnetic force in the universe. The powerful cognitions you experience is equivalent to weak nuclear force in the universe. All common practicing Hindus reach up to this 3 level. The 4th, strong initiation, diksha, by an incarnation, living incarnation. Listen. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is diksha, initiation. Diksha, initiation happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Scientific revelations you know about the strong nuclear force, map them to the microcosmic experience about the power of initiation. You will be able to absorb initiation more. Same way, everything you know about the power of initiation in the microcosmic level, map it to the strong nuclear force of macrocosmic level. You will have not just new discoveries, inventions, revelations, new principles. You will be empowered. Macrocosmic level also. You can use just Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, help of anything else. Because sun salutation, Surya Namaskar, is nothing but using strong nuclear force of the sun to empower the microcosm you are carrying. Surya Namaskar is a direct initiation from Surya. Listen. Greed is equivalent to gravity. Fear is equivalent to electromagnetic force. powerful cognitions are equivalent to weak nuclear force, soft nuclear force, soft nuclear power. Initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly is equivalent to strong nuclear force. Listen. Now I am initiating. Gravity happening in the macrocosmic level is gravity. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions happening in the macrocosmic level is nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly, and initiation by Paramashiva directly strong nuclear force. Understand these four forces. Human mind was able to decode through science. Now I am revealing the fifth force, fifth power. Listen. The fifth one is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness. I'll define it elaborately. I'll explain it elaborately. Listen. It's too easy to know. Fear. You all know the fundamental definitions and understandings about fear. Powerful cognitions. Almost all practicing Hindus will know the principle of powerful cognitions. When you get powerful insights, revelations from Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana, and it clicks with you inside, becomes Atma Pramana. That's what I call powerful cognitions. Those powerful cognitions are like weak nuclear force. The initiation is strong nuclear force. These four fundamental principles, powers, you all know. Now I am giving you the revelations, sacred secrets about the next fifth force. There are actually 14 forces. I will reveal the fifth force now. Fifth force is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness means just knowing the truth. Paramashiva is there not because you believe. It's a truth. Paramashiva is real, is truth. It is simply conscious. As your consciousness is the reality. The existence of Paramashiva is real. The principle with which Paramashiva operates this universe is real. His existence is real. The principle with which he operates is real. The principle of Paramashiva is called Linga. Dharma, reality, is consciousness. Just knowing the reality happening in microcosmic level is conscious. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. When you experience the fifth force, the conscious power, then I can reveal the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth forces. Before you experience the fifth force, if I start revealing the sixth, seventh, it may just go above your head. Revelations about these forces, I am going to do it as classes and progressively. Sincere seekers that need not be revealed to people who are not that interested. It should be revealed to people who are really committed and interested. Let me first reveal these 5 forces and make this as an initiation and experience, conscious experience to all of you. Whether you are just ordinary clerk doing a regular job, or a beggar in the street, homeless person in the roadside, or statesman ruling a nation, a powerful personality, influencer in the field of entertainment or music, politics, religion, society, in any level you may be, whoever you may be. Understanding about these 5 forces will enrich your life, empower your life, enlighten you. Everything science decoded related to gravitation, the gravity, using the human mind, map it to your microcosmic level experience called greed. You will be empowered how to gravitate what you want and how not to gravitate what you don't want. Everything modern science has decoded about, internalize, map it to the fear you experience in the microcosmic level, insecurities you go through, fears you go through. Map all those principles related to electromagnetic force to the experience of fear in your life, in your being, you will have so much clarity about fear. You will know how to use fear, how not to get affected by fear, how not to get affected by insecurities, how not to be this Chaturmasya, being in the space of Paramashiva and Parashakti, Paramashiva darshans, Paramashakti darshans, continuously. All the great things Paramashiva revealed to me, Paramashakti revealed to me, I am revealing it to all of you now, sharing it with all of you now. Maybe in next few satsangs, I can bring some of the principles of gravitation force, gravity, and map it, and revelations about greed by Upanishads. Map it to gravitation and give you the deeper, new, possible new discoveries, new inventions about. This will empower you in the outer world and enlighten you in the inner world, in both level. In both level, it will empower you and enlighten you. Understand? About the electromagnetic forces. If you map it to the fears and insecurities and phobias you go through, you will become so clear about fear and the effects of fear in your life. Then you will know how not to be slave for fears and insecurities. Understand? When you get caught in fear and insecurities and phobias, you become life negative. Not only you commit suicide, you kill your conscience. It's not that just when you destroy the body, everything ends. No. You can't end because you are truth. Suicide is actually just like cutting some limbs of your body. If you just cut your hand, you think everything will. You can't destroy yourself. It is impossible. You exist. No one can destroy you, including yourself. That's a great boon you have. That's a good news. That's not bad news. You just need to. Insecurity, phobias pushes you into life negativity. And get out of it. That's all. If you know how to map principles of gravitation, principles of electromagnetic force, principles of weak nuclear force, the science of power manifestation will just become reality in you. If you just know how to map this four powers, the gravitation happening in the microcosm, when it happens happening in the macrocosm, when it happens in microcosm, it's greed. Electromagnetic force happening in the macrocosm, when it is happening in your microcosm, it is called fear. Weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosm, When it happens in the microcosm, it's called powerful cognitions. Example for powerful cognitions is unclutching, complete completion, sahaja samadhi, nirvigalpa samadhi. All these are powerful cognitions. That's a weak nuclear force happening in the initiation, happening in the microcosmic level is strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level, the same thing when it is happening in the microcosmic level, it's called initiation. The microcosm, it is Diksha. When Paramashiva initiates the macrocosm, the fifth principle, fifth power, fifth force is consciousness. The example, you have greed to get what you want from Paramashiva, not because you have fear and Paramashiva should protect you, not because you want to use Paramashiva as a powerful cognition and empower yourself. Paramashiva is real because he is real. That is consciousness. He is real beyond all these four. That is consciousness. Paramashiva is real, happening in microcosmic. Paramashiva is real, happening in the macrocosmic level is the reality of Paramashiva. Existential principle or principal existence of Paramashiva. The principal, primordial, Adi, original, source existence of Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is the primordial, primal, original, Adi, source existence, principle of reality, the real principle, fundamental happening in the macrocosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. This is the fifth force, fifth power, power of reality. About 5 forces and initiating all of you, empowering all of you, consciously enlightening all of you. In further satsangs, I will map how the gravitation can be mapped to greed, how the electromagnetic force can be mapped to fear, how the weak nuclear force principles can be mapped to powerful cognitions, how the strong nuclear principles can be mapped to initiation, more. And also will reveal the power of consciousness. If you travel through the same logic, gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, you can easily take a jump into consciousness. science can explore consciousness if they travel this path. Because by the time they travel this path and understand these four powers, they will understand the uniting principle to third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. Science can use consciousness for betterment of the human life on these principles, step by step, step by step, step by step, and get involved into knowing the reality. I know, especially for my disciples, this satsang is a feast, maybe 10-course full meal. You study the fundamentals about gravity and greed. What modern day science says about gravity and what Upanishads reveal about greed. What modern day science say about electromagnetic force and what Upanishads reveal about fear. What modern day science reveals about weekend day science reveals about strong nuclear force, and what Upanishads reveal about initiation, diksha. What modern day science, consciousness, but what Upanishads reveal about consciousness. Understand. You will simply start manifesting. Enlightenment will just shoot up. And you will understand Hinduism is real, most scientific religion, leads science to the next level. Most of you are exposed to modern day science and this ancient science I'm revealing. If you start mapping, analyzing, you will discover so many principles related to in many fields, not just peace. In many fields, you will get Nobel Prize. Maybe there will be a time many of you will be receiving Nobel Prizes for revealing many principles, sacred secrets from the principle, from the truths I am revealing. There is so much to tell. There is so much to tell. And classes and sessions and programs for committed disciples. Understand? What's the difference between a viewer, common practicing Hindu, and committed disciple? A commonly practicing Hindu is integrated to these great truths. No doubt. He starts practicing. He may fail and succeed. He may go ups and downs, but he will revive himself, rebuild himself, practice, struggle, manifest. A committed disciple is not just to be part of this Kailasa ecosystem, bringing collective integrity and take this to the whole world. make whole world benefit from this. I am looking for those kind of people who are interested in taking collective integrity, responsibility for take responsibility for collective integrity and gather all of you and form the government of some sacred secrets about the 6th force, 7th force, 8th force, 9th force, 10th force, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th forces. There are 14 forces, powers. These 5 I'll be revealing, initiating, empowering, enlightening people who want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, making this greater science called Hinduism useful to the whole interested in becoming part of Kailasa government, want to take the responsibility for collective integrity. You can declare your commitments through the social media now, either through YouTube live chat or Facebook live comments, Twitter live messages. You can put your comments. Whoever wants to take up the responsibility for collective integrity of taking this science to the whole universe, want to spend your time. I am for people who are ready to spend their time to take the science to the world and enrich the world, empower the world. Let the whole world enjoy. Loka samasta Sukhino bhavantu. You can put your comments, commitments. People who are part of the Kailasa government already, Adinavasis, Sannyasis, enrichers, castes, they will call you, connect with you. Let us form a larger government team of Kailasa who wants to take the responsibility for collective integrity. To them, I will share the next level powers, so you can take this. You can also enjoy, you can take this to the whole world. So this is the message on this Vijayadasami, auspicious Vijayadasami day. Let the victory be on all of us by the grace of Paramashiva. Of us. Now, the living representation, living manifestation of Paramashiva, I bring consciousness of Paramashiva to everyone sitting all over the universe. You will receive the consciousness. Paramashiva himself manifesting and showering the powers related to gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and consciousness. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Kundalini, Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. I'll give you a few minutes if you want to call your family, friends, everyone for initiation. Call all of them, your pets, your kids, your family. Get all of them. Get the Atmalinga. I'll start the initiation now. To take the collective responsibility, you can put your messages in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, in all the social media platforms. We are live, and kids all with their Atmalinga for the initiation. Energize that, do Prana Pratishta of that stone into Atmalinga and bring conscious initiation to all of you. We'll start the initiation now. Please sit straight. Keep the Atmalinga in your hand. Is real. He is manifesting now as this Nijavatara. This is simple truth, reality, not utility or just powerful cognition. It's utility also, powerful cognition also, but above all that, it is reality, truth. Sit straight. You can keep your eyes open or closed. Just space below the heart, above the navel, and sit for the conscious initiation. Om Paramashiva.
சலடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றறிமலனடி போற்றி ஆயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் வந்து
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய். கையினில் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா பொன்மாழ சிற்றவதனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயனா மதியினில் இறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட மாண்புள்ள நீ ஏந்திவாய் அறவாடிட இதை சூழ்ந்திட இவன் சேர நீ முக்தி காரணே நாதிகேச திவ்ய பிரம்மரூபனே மீனாட்சி சக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஆகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிவாகினாய் ஊழியாகினாய் உலகமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படை தரும் கர்ம வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எம்பையாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே கதிகல சரணதையோ நயே காக்கினவா அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அரண்ட ஜோதியரே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றிடவே வாராய் நித்யானந்தனே
பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க என்னன்னு கேட்டா அது எட்டு சோரக்காய போகும் சொந்த வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க அத வாழ்ந்திட நித்திய ஆனந்தம் கூடிடுங்க சொர்க்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும் சொர்க்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும்
சிவ பரமசிவ 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 பரமசிவ. Let the Kundalini Shakti, Paramashakti, awaken in all of us. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva.
Yeah! மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லா மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லாவின் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறப்பிழைத்தேன் எம்பெருமான் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் சரீரத்தில் வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட் கொண்டவா கையாளும் ஈசா கற்புரிய திவ்ய சரிதத்வா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா தெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை பயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா ஊனுயிர் உறைந்திடும் ஏறுயிருமையில்லவா கையாளும் ஈசா கற்புரிய திவ்ய சரிதத்தில் வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு மையாட்கொண்டவா மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் சேரே வந்தறிவாம் தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உன்னாரமுதே உதயானே உள்ளது நீங்க தீபமாய் எழுந்த ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபானவம் அழித்து முக்தி தந்திட மலையாகி நின்ற அருணாச்சலமே ஆகிட ரூபம் தரித்தவா படைத்து காத்து மறை கழித்து அருளிடவே பரம ஞானம் தன்னை இறை ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யானந்தனை அருளிடவா வேண்டும் என்று பாக்கடல் கடைந்த போது அது வரும் நஞ்சை உண்டு வார்த்தை காத்திருந்தார் சிவ 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 நம சிவாய ஹர ஹர என அடையும் சிவ சிவாய நம சிவாய அகதிமியகாலம் முழங்கும் நாளும் ஈசா புரிய நித்ய சரிதத்துவா
மாமுதிரை நீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி மாமுதிரை நீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி
Paramashiva, Paramashiva. Listen to this revelation intensely. You will manifest this reality now. All the principles of greed is included in the fear. Fear is the higher force inclusive. Initiation is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions. Inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions and initiations. Same way, electromagnetic force is higher. Big nuclear force is not only higher, it is inclusive of the principles of gravitation and the principles of electromagnetic forces. Strong nuclear force is higher than electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force. Consciousness is higher and inclusive of gravitation force, weak nuclear force, gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. Consciousness is not only higher, it is inclusive of all the other four forces. Shiva is real. You will manifest consciousness now. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यजिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्मणि तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं दयालुं गुरुं ब्रह्मनिष्ठं प्रशान्तं समाराध्य मध्या विचार्य स्वरूपं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं निदिध्यास्य विद्वान्.
Om Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. I bless you all. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is how life decides as you want. Command over the reality. Manifesting what you want as reality. It's a science. Millions have experienced that, and each one of us can experience that. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences to support the science of power manifestation for the power of levitation. Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Yoginis, Yogis, Devatas, Devas, millions of them who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to manifest the powers of Paramashiva by having a cognitive shift. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, He Himself will manifest through all of us, and when we are in the oneness with Paramashiva as our reality, bringing auspiciousness, abundance, healing, blessing, initiation, and all that and much more. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan clearly has documented everything in the Avatar Shastra, how all these are scientifically proven. Bhagavan is giving us more and more clarity how the manifestation of Paramashiva is real. The Shastra Pramana for the power of levitation is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness. Tantra is the method, how you have the method to assemble a car or assemble a rocket. Here Bhagavan gives the ultimate sutra to make us understand the power of levitation. This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 82, Dharana 57.
शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणातक्षीणाशयो भवेत् आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणातक्षीणाशयो भवेत्.
In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 82, Dharana 57, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, being situated on a comfortable seat or on a bed, firmly cognize that your own body is without any support or base from anywhere. It is resting on nothing. By holding this cognition, when the mind becomes worn away and thoughtlessness arises, then in an instant one becomes weightless and experience the space beyond the mind, the space of Paramashiva. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains to us how we can go beyond the gravitational force. Bhagavan says in the Kailash courtyard, how if there is 1 gram of toxin in the body, he will not be able to levitate. But even if a person is 200 kgs, 400 pounds, he can simply levitate them and make them fly. And all that is the ultimate space when we are in the oneness to receive Paramashiva, detoxing our body, having the cognitive shift that I am Paramashiva. All that we experience, all that we know is only a delusion. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa once sat for a photographer and he went into deep samadhi. So the photographer, his chin was little low. He wanted to move the chin higher. And the photographer puts his hand and pushes it up while the whole body starts flying. It's like touching a feather and lifting a feather, he notes. The whole science is you becoming completely weightless, much lighter than the feather, when you are in surrender space, oneness space of complete understanding Paramashiva is real. Surrender is not something from outside, but surrender is from inside. That you become the base of what you understand as consciousness, giving up all the identities. When a bee is very busy humming, the minute it sees the flower and starts drinking the nectar, it becomes very quiet. Our own mind, when we have thoughts, because we are engaging in that, when we are ready to surrender to thoughts, simply becomes quiet and buoyancy works. The metal which just floats, which just sinks in the water, but it floats as a ship because the displacement of the water is heavier than the ship itself. So because of the buoyancy force, it floats, the same metal. It is just a cognitive shift. Same way, if the cognitive shift, Bhagavan says, that happens during the flight takeoff, and it simply triggers in us a different consciousness and simply starts levitating as the flight flies. He says it's easy to map the circuit into our brain. How these rishis were able to fly the vimanas is only bring the circuit into our brain, the consciousness as a real power where they could levitate beyond the gravitational pull. They knew what to attract and what to drop by just being in the oneness with Paramashiva. The more you are dealt in confusion, you are cherishing that, you are going to attract such confusion and chaos. The more you decide to reside in Paramashiva, in spite of all the confusion, slowly and slowly all that withers away and you are in the pure space of oneness with Paramashiva and nothing touches you. And whatever happens only brings auspiciousness, not confusion, chaos. And more you understand Paramashiva is real, more and more all the chaos completely settles down and makes you understand Paramashiva is the ultimate. Paramashiva is manifesting as the reality. In the deep sleep, we have no idea who we are, what we are, where we are, nothing. But that is the most blissful space that we want to experience every single day by every human being. That is because of the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Same Bhagavan says, if you understand your dream and the deep sleep, you can enter into it powerfully as consciousness, experiencing the Nirvikalpa Samadhi and the oneness with Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully gives the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, Adi Shankara had a disciple, Sanatana, and the other disciples used to make fun of him because he never was a learned and he never knew to be acharya or chanting or anything, but he was in such a humble space. He dropped his ego for everything. He said the service to Adi Shankara and his disciple was the only reason why he existed. He surrendered every other thought and completely doing the seva for everybody in spite of them making fun of him. And Adi Shankara decided to show the other disciple the amount of surrender that he had in his inner space. So one day when he was washing the clothes, he just calls, Adi Shankara calls, Sanatana, come here. And simply he comes running and asks, what is it? Adi Shankaracharya says, look back, what you have done. And he just looks back and then realizes wherever he has put the foot and there was a lotus. Lotus do not grow on the river, but it simply grew just for him to hold his pada because he did not even realize that he is walking on water. But just the Guru's word, his surrender was so deep, he just ran across the water to come and ask the Guru what is that he is asking for. This beautiful instant is documented in Shankara Digvijayam Canto 6. The surrender of the inner thoughts and all our confusion, chaos, problem, pain, illness, everything at Bhagavan's lotus feet and be in the oneness space completely makes us merge into the Paramashiva space as reality. Bhagavan beautifully explains how he levitated when he was in such a confusion that his yoga guru said, you have to do the kumbhaka and you have to levitate and then only you can go anywhere. Bhagavan wanted to go to the restroom, but he was not allowed. He didn't know what to do. And there was a Muruga deity next to the Kritika Mandapam. And he just prayed to Lord Muruga, please let me know whatever you want to manifest, you manifest through me. The minute he raised both his hands, simply Paramashiva as Muruga manifested him as levitation. Now the neuroscience has said neuroplasticity happens when you are put in survival mode and when you are ready to break it, understanding your higher cognitions, the context that you live, and simply that becomes the reality. How beautifully Bhagavan has manifested that reality, and the flower garland person and his yoga guru witnessed this powerful space, the levitation of Bhagavan happening as reality when he was a child. Now we are going to experience levitating a bilva leaf. If you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. And you can take the bilva leaf and place it on your palm. Make sure your palm is quite flat and there is no fan to move the bilva leaf. Or you can place it on the silicon, but make sure the silicon is switched off so that there is no vibration mode. And whatever you are experiencing, just surrender everything to Paramashiva, unclutch from everything, hold only Parashakti, Bhagavan in your third eye, that gorgeous space, that beautiful space, that caring and that is ferociousness, all that you remember, hold that and the conversation, the words, the mantras, initiations, all that bring it to your third eye. The lower three chakra is only for detox. Again and again, detoxing your body will raise you into the higher consciousness, who you are as Paramashiva. Absolute unclutching from everything on the outer world. You are the creator of everything. You understanding you are the owner of everything. Once you know you are the owner, there is no question of greed or incompletion or fear. Simply you know you are manifesting everything as reality. Where's the question of somebody taking anything? You are absolute. You are Paramashiva. You are the frequency. You're not just the matter. Your body is also appearing, but you are not the body. The body, if your hand is cut, it doesn't know. It doesn't say, oh, I lost my hand. It doesn't have any idea. Only you as consciousness in the body experiences that. The minute we are dead, we have no idea. They take off all the organs, they have no idea. Only because you're Paramashiva, you know what is there in your body, what is it in your body, because you are consciousness now. Hold that beautiful space of oneness that you are Paramashiva, Paramashiva is real. You're also living as body to experience the Paramashiva space. Now, completely unclutching is the highest Tyaga. Highest Tyaga that you can do is complete completion and unclutching. And be in the bhava, sit as Devi herself with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. So powerful and so graceful. Continuously chant the Maha Vakya from your navel center, entangling with Bhagavan in the oneness space. Again and again, hold that beautiful space of oneness and start manifesting the power of levitation. Let's start chanting the Maha Vakya.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third axis. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third axis. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced as levitation of the leaf, or you're feeling the Kundalini energy, or you're feeling the tingling, the heat, whatever you are experiencing, the oneness with Paramashiva, again and again go back to the first person. Bhagavan says, Smarnat Mukti Arunachala. Simply when you are in the space of who is that who cannot be remembered, who is that who cannot be forget, and who is that who is remembering you right now, the more and more you look in, who's that who is manifesting in you as reality? What do you see in others as your reality? And how you exist from the context of who you are, Paramashiva, as your reality. Again and again, looking in the self, how we experience everything, the world around us, and cherishing more and more Paramashiva is real. And that is making me manifest all the things as auspiciousness and abundance. More and more you start cherishing Paramashiva as your reality. He is real and He is your reality. When you start understanding, you merge into the quantum space. Bhagavan says, even your molecular structures changes for you to experience yourself as frequency rather than just matter. When you are in quantum and you are in frequency, the higher self of who you are, you can manifest, manipulate, and whatever you want, you can manifest abundance, auspiciousness, and bliss in your life. Again and again, Bhagavan speaks about the collective integrity. Collectively sitting and meditating and manifesting all these powers. Again and again, self pokes hole in your logical life, in your self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred. And again, you know that Paramashiva is real. He is manifesting as the reality. Once you surrender into that beautiful space, get absorbed authentically into that space, you can experience the ultimate bliss as Paramashiva, as oneness with Paramashiva. Now, let's have one more cycle of few more minutes of manifesting the powers of Paramashiva as our reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening to levitate the leaf on our palm. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya deeply from our navel center with a deep listening.
Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Slowly open your eyes, and whatever you have experienced, please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Thanking Bhagavan for all the Diksha, Darshan, initiations, satsangs, powerful cognitions, and such breakthroughs, all that He is showering on us. Take 5 minutes to thank for whatever Bhagavan is showering on us with a deep gratitude. And whatever you want to offer, you can click on the $ and donate to Kailasha. All that you contribute and all that you cause others reality, the Kailasha you're building in your inner space. Again and again, what we vote for is what we are. Bhagavan says, what we eat, we belch. Same way, whatever we feel that is the most valuable thing, we spend for that. And we start manifesting that as our reality. The most auspicious space of Paramashiva. Let's surrender all the powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. In deep gratitude for all of you collectively manifesting powers of Paramashiva, holding such beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva, and thanking Bhagavan for all this that He's showering on us and holding Paramashiva as my word, thought, and action, and in everybody seeing as Paramashiva as my reality, holding powerful space, chanting the Purna Mantra to end the session. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Beautiful. At 6 p.m. at Zoom, we have the next session for Kailash Kotiyar Manifesting Power session. Please join through eKailasha. Thank you, Nityanandam.